Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. Hopefully you're doing better than this little guy over here. AJ Dodgestar, reporting for duty. And we're back in Kerbal Space Program 2. Why did I suddenly forget how to talk? And of course, there is another weekly challenge issued by the devs to get to Duna. Or stage 1, or main goal, land something on Duna. Stretch goal, land a crew, so Kerbals, on Duna, and then get them home again. And then they have like a third stage where like land on Duna's moon, take a picture with the planet in the background, then take off, land on the planet, take a picture with the moon in the background, and then come home. I'm like, I don't think that one's happening. So there's a lot of debris in orbit. I think there is still a lot of debris in orbit somewhere from the Apollo mission last week. Yeah, that's one of the stages left lying around. Oh yeah, Minmus is like, why is that a capsule? Yeah, the rover's still there. We kind of gave up on that one because we forgot solar panels. So I should probably just delete his mission. But let's see, where's Duna? There's Duna. So there's Duna. Our objective for today. Of course, it is smaller than Kerbin, has less gravity, has a thin atmosphere. Actually, let's compare it with Kerbin. So Kerbin. Synopsis. Orbital characteristics. Semi-major axis. That thing there. Eccentricity 0, inclination 0, axial tilt 0. Unlike real Earth, the actual Earth has what, 40 degrees tilt, thereabouts. Hence, we have seasons. The difference between summer and winter. Physical characteristics. There we go. Gravity 1. 1G. Circumference is a lot smaller. It'd be nice to see that in kilometers, right? Not just meters. Oh, atmosphere is 1.225 atmospheres. So is that thicker than Earth's? Because Earth would be 1 atmosphere, because humanity, the way we are, everything is, Earth is your baseline. So 1G, Earth gravity. 1 atmosphere, Earth. 1 AU, astronomical unit. The distance between Earth and the Sun. It's almost as if we thought the Earth, everything revolved around us. So that's, I guess, the important things. There's gravity, 1G, 1 meter a second squared. Atmosphere 1.225. So parachutes work here. But on Duna, only 0.3G, so the gravity is a lot weaker. It's not quite as weak as the Mun, though. Yeah, it's like still, but double them. It's actually double the Moon's gravity. Okay. So a bit with thrusters, you'd be a little bit more fuel. But Duna does have a 1/10 of an atmosphere. So parachutes are not very effective. But that doesn't mean we won't try. Is that the face of Mars? So Duna. Actually, let's zoom out for a second. Oh, I saw a thing. Oh, where was it? Because I think we're just about a good position for an intercept. It's not too far ahead. Wow, wait, is that the... What are these other orbits? What the hell? What's this orbit here? Oh, carbon. There's something orbiting. Is there something that's like left our territory? Interesting. I think we're roughly on an intercept trajectory. We just need to design something to get there. So we'll design the lander first. Out of the landers we built previously, we've got the Kerbal one. Which was pretty decent. So we'll need more. Let's use this as an example for now. Because we'll need a more fuel than what this has. Right. Oh, let's just do a new one. How about that? New. Yes. Plan a trip. Round trip, ideally. To Duna. Okay. So, I'll take the 3,400 just to get the orbit. Another 930 to leave our sphere of influence. Then 140. That's actually quite low, Delta V. To then point us at Duna. Then 250 to get into sphere influence. 360 to get to low orbit. That's actually pretty good because the gravity's a lot lower. I guess as much. I thought it'd be more fuel than that. The surface is about half of that. Actually, less than half of that for Kerbin. Intercept to get back out. Okay, I mean, this is theoretically possible. I mean, to be fair, the technically speaking, we only need to get out like a rover there. Technically speaking. But no, we want to get a crew there. Originally called the Cockpit Plus 2. The 5-seat Cockatoo is a second-generation command pod that provides both safety and comfort. It is rumored to have enough room to pack several days of emergency snacks, rations, and board games. Which might be a good idea for a long-distance travel. But, okay, that's a lander can. 4-seater one rather than 2-seater. Mark 3L is one of the best lander cans available. Quite possibly. Was it designed with 4 seats just to get Jeb, Val, Bob, and Bill to stop arguing over who gets to go down to landing? Absolutely. You need your 4 members to agree with each other. So we could make the lander a lot bigger than what we had previously. So let's think of this fuel-wise, right? That's bigger than I thought it was. Store your marble propellant up there. That's sure not to go horribly wrong. So that's 10 tons of marble propellant. It's got 3 tons on board, or 0.3 tons on board. So that'd be good for just mono propellant. Oh yeah, we'll probably need. Wait, is that a mono propellant tank? Oh crap. We'll probably need to get hydrogen, you know, to get us there. HFT designed to hold a small but significant amount of liquid hydrogen safely. Rumors that this tank also floats slightly off the ground when full are completely unfounded. Ah, yeah. But liquid hydrogen's heavier than hydrogen gas. Now, so this is large, yeah? Large, yeah. So we're just kind of theorizing for now. And we probably want a sustainer. Oh no, that's way too big. I mean, apparently it's enough Delta V. Not just to take off and land at Duna. Quite heavy looking, actually. I don't think it'll be too much. Let's go for our good old lander can for now. Alright. Now... doesn't look daft at all. So what we did previously for the Mun's probably not as good. I need something stronger. So Delta V of that should in theory be sufficient for Duna, but big but. The atmosphere is so low we have to rely on the engines. I just want to have done more research. First, really. Oh, that's the hybrid engine for SSTOs. What about this? What's the thrust of that? Very low. Suppose we don't need thrust that strong, really, in theory. Like if you had 4 of these, for example. That might be sufficient for our lander on Duna. Oh, okay, maybe not. Delta V is a lot lower than I thought it was. But then combine it with like a smaller engine. Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. 6 engines. Let's go. Yeah, that's not gonna work. See, apparently that works. But I don't believe that's enough. And monopropellant, we probably need more than we've had previously because I often screw it up and did not have enough. Where's the center of mass there? And legs. Oh, that's thermals. So in theory, this could land on Duna, right? Again, theory. Still theorizing. And have a docking port on the top of that. And that could be a Duna lander, potentially. Well, need RCS thrusters and many other things. Wait, wasn't that the center of mass, actually? Approximately there. Of course, when this folds up, kind of gets in the way. could have the RCS there. Of course, there's the ladder issue would never happen. I suppose the ladder can go past it when because at that point it's turned off. Don't know that. The ladder. Kind of clips through it a little bit, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Let's see. Oh, actually, you know what? If I just have these here instead, like just slightly above it. And we have 6 of them. At the center of mass. We're supposed to design the actual rocket to get there. Oh, actually, think of just engines for a second. Solar fuel boosters, jet engines, more propellant, xenon, hydrogen engines. So you have deep space engine. The very first nuclear-powered rocket engine. It may be an insane approach to rocket propulsion, but it boasts a staggering ISP and vacuum, making it much more efficient than conventional methyl-locked engines. Yes, it may be a little radioactive, but more glow means more go, right? Yeah, it's like the max thrust is low, but the efficiency is incredibly amazing. So that's a nuclear engine. I mean, not. Come to think of it, in KSP1, I don't think I landed anything on Duna. I don't think I played it enough. I know I got something into orbit. A satellite. I think that's about it. So this will be a challenge upon it in itself. Of course, we need a parachute. Well, not a parachute per se, but because drogue parachutes, at least, has a very small atmosphere, so we want a kind of slower descent. Give the parachute a parachute. And we could have like just drogue parachutes, right? Max safe velocity, 247 meters a second. That's kind of fast. So, statistics on these things, right? Semi-deployed 7.1 kilonewtons, deployed 73.2 kilonewtons, and the actual radio and parachute would be this journey is going to be full of experimentation. That's much I can say for real. Ooh, what the hell? Like, that might be too much. I don't know. Of course, we haven't even planned for getting back to Kerbal itself. Currently. All the more reason why maybe I should do a larger ship. So the delta V on this is not enough to get to the surface and back up. So it's gotten too heavy. But I could add more fuel tanks. Some radial ones on there. Oops. That doesn't add much. It does not matter add much at all. Yeah, the parachutes weigh quite a bit. So get down to the surface and then back up into orbit. Essentially, I need about 4,000 to be safe. Of course, maybe I just need a less powerful engine. Maybe. It has a lot more DLV, but it does have a lot less thrust. Which means it might not get back up. That is the main issue here. Let's delta because it's a more powerful engine. Wait, where's structure? Vent. What if? No, not that. It's kind of dumb. Get rid of that. Put that back on there. Maybe we just need more fuel. What tank was this again? That was that tank? Yeah. Okay, then how about I take this tank? No, it seems too large, honestly. Life don't feel sufficient enough now. Kinda. Center of mass is like there now. Because if I put these up, I see the ladder now is not going to be long enough unless I put it like there. And then just put a bunch of these on here to kind of allow them to slowly climb down. In theory, right? Of course, I've added a lot of weight with those. So maybe instead of a bunch of these, I'd add 2 of the long ones. Because I think overall that would be lighter. It would be, actually. Plot that there. Deploy that. And look, they overlap really nicely. Oh, actually, they line up pretty much perfectly, right? Well, okay, maybe not perfectly, but almost perfectly. That doesn't go to, that goes into the ground slightly. Oh, bollocks. Forgot the other engine. The other landing strip. There we go. So that goes, yeah, that's fine. That works. That works for me. That works. That works for potential lander. Of course, the, oh, shit, am I doing? What did I do? Double anchor, no. Now, see the more balance. How much is in that? That has 0.2 tons each. So 4 of those gives me 0.8 tons, and there's pretty much 0.2 in the can itself. So it gives me a full ton of more propellant, which might be too much. Maybe? I don't know. Well, maybe not there, because that would intercept that. Pop those back up there where they were a minute ago. And maybe get some radial fuel tanks just for a little bit extra. Okay, not that way, just this way. Just for a little extra fuel. Just to, you know, be sure about it. So that should be plenty of Delta V for landing and taking off from Duna. Again, in theory. So I need 1 parachutes to slow it down. Lined up properly. Wait, too close. Too close. Line up with the top line, that works better. So that could be the 4 parachutes. Slow it down, and I could have some radial drogue parachutes as well. Just to kind of slow it down a bit. I should probably send a probe really first rather than trying to send people. But it's more fun this way. I should add stages above it. That's the drogue chutes to go there. And the main parachutes at the top. take those. And let's put those away. Oh, what I should also do, and I probably won't really need to add, well, I do actually, solar power. That one's way bigger than I thought it was. It's bigger than I think it is. Oh, you know what? The drogue chutes there. Here's the other chutes here. Full on parachute. That'd be fine, right? It's a little heavier than I want. How much does that weigh? 0.047 tons. These weigh less. Significantly less. Generate less power, mind you. We are, of course, going to be further away from the sun, though, so that might be an issue to take into account. Oh, idea. Lines up, I think. Yeah. And so that's what 0.026 is. Yeah, that's still lighter than this. So that could be the lander. So Duna lander, maybe. Here's hoping we can get over this, the surface. No. We need to build the rocket that's going to get us to there and back. Okay. So it's a two-person can, so we'll have the three-person can for the main ship. Or... I mean, yeah. Let's just get back to Kerbal. And just because I'm used to doing it. There you go. Command pod. Which for such a long journey is probably not ideal. I mean, really, I should have this thing. For that long journey. But that has 5 people. Let's just get us. This is the command pod, and guess what gets us home, right? There you go. That part's self-explanatory. That's just the gate back to Kerbal. Everything below it is now the tricky part, because I'll need a the rovers would be nice to have. Now, utilities, under stuff, structure, adapters, beams, body, truck chassis, truss resizers, tubes, payload. We definitely need a cargo bay for that lander. That lander's large or medium sized actually, so you probably need a large cargo bay for it, which might be an issue for good docking actually. I think about it. Crew cabin. Imagine the real missions to Mars would have a lot of crew on board. You're not going to send just 3 people by themselves, right? Like one night, Jebediah Kerman Sr. decided to take his family on a vacation to space. The next day, he welded 4 lawn chairs inside of an empty fuel tank. Had a couple of windows. Bob's your uncle. Originally 2 hitchhiker crew cabins well together. That's a little story one. Sky bus. Tag along. That's kind of cute. Right. So let's just straight up give a little command pod, okay? So that's too small. Just enough to get it to Earth. Or Kerbin, rather. That's way too much. This is a part that we might not even use. So why am I doing it? I don't know why. Okay, you know what? Let's pop on a crew cabin, alright? Feels more space station looking now. But hey, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Now, below that, cargo bay. Actually, wait, where's my lander? Duna lander. Merge that in here. Just for argument's sake to see where it is. Okay, so the large one, it would fit in the large one, right? I mean, the monopropellant tanks are kind of poking through, but it's fine. Where's my docking port? There it is. So I need a structure to have it change size. I mean, there's also the extra large one. Oh, wow, the extra large one would be very spacious, actually. And would also be better for docking. It'd be much easier to dock it that way. Damn, that big. Right, I'm gonna need a medium to large, extra large adapter even. That's the wrong adapter. I need this adapter at least. And even then, that's still not the right size adapter. That's crazy. What if... Hang on. Since I'm doing that this way, what if I just had the big old crew cabin instead? Like, in between these things, there's literally a crew cabin. How about that? But we, like, remove this crew cabin. So, like, you literally have your command pod up top. The crew living here on the way there. The lander then goes inside here. I mean, crew of 8. That has a crew of 3. It has a crew of 2. So that's more crew than we actually need. Unless, of course, I had 2 landers on board. Yeah, see, it seems like a waste of weight, though. The thing is kind of heavy. Open up the cargo bay. Like, there's like literally nothing in that shroud, which looks weird. I would need a docking port. For this to dock into. Is that docked? Uh-oh. There we go, that's docked now. That would work. Only problem is it's like literally floating. It looks like it's floating and I don't like that. So I need something... like where it looks like it's a part. Something... Oh wait, I could put some monopropellant storage. Alright, there's an extra large one, right. It'll give some fuel. Not that we really need it. How much fuel's in that anyway? 32 tons. Wow. I do like that kind of. Looks kind of cool that way. Structure. Like these things are just like hollow on the inside. It's just an adapter. I like it being hollow looking. I want to physically attach to something. Of course, I could just put the docking port on the opposite end, but I don't want to do that either. That is that one. Okay. Extra large, extra large. I mean, that's extra large. Wow, that's kind of a massive monopropellant tank. That's huge. course, if the docking port was a larger one, that might be fine, but it is not. Docking it and there's going to be a nightmare. It looks so daft. With nothing attached to it. Oh, I could use the engine mount, I guess. Looks weird though. Not gonna lie, it looks weird. Looks a little weird. Now that's... I suppose having a fuel tank on board might not be a terrible idea for just small adjustments. Oh, our radar idea. We're going to need that to control the damn craft. Okay, cool. So that's there. That's point. That points. So staging's kind of weird, but it's fine. Let's just put all the chutes into that stage. That way we don't accidentally ever deploy them. Right then. Fuel tank time. So we need nuclear power, right? Structure, engine mount, even though there's no engine, and then not that, fuel tanks. $20 tons of hydrogen. And okay, let's see the engine. So the delta V of that is only I don't know. It's very experimental, I guess. Engine mode. Engine. No. So that's the upper stage. The one that goes to Duna. But beyond that, we need to... We need a stage to get it up in the air in the first place. Okay, extra large. Oops. Fairing looks a little odd there. That looks weird. It's attaching. Here's hoping that works. I'm not sure that's attached to the wrong position, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. The largest tanks we have for fuel. And I'll find out very quickly if it doesn't work. Engine mount. Engine. Now we just need plenty of other fuel to help get it there. Should I have a stage in between? Because that's like stage 1, stage 2. Probably have a center stage for orbit. So not that tank, but like this tank. And like a sustainer, maybe? Crap, don't do that. And then this needs to go... Oop, oh, there. Right, down here. I think that's clipping to the ground. It is. Let's have a little bit. Cool. That gets a lot of thrust, right? But what we need still is plenty of boosters. Or like extra rockets attached to it, literally. Oh yeah, we could do... What's that type of rocket? I forget what it's called. That's a truck chassis, don't need that. Couplings. The extra large. Or, actually, where's that? There we go. Because I've seen rockets are like this. Then we grab more engines. So this is just like sheer brute force. Why is that doing that? What the hell? Oh, I attached it. What? Eh? Why is that? I'm confused. Why did it do that? Oh, I know. Maybe why. Because it thinks that that's like a lower stage of it. Should I actually add like a decoupler for those? No. The first stage is all we need to get up. Feels like the super heavy, right? It's off by like a millimeter and it's triggering me. There we go. Now aerodynamics. Nope, no aerodynamics is there. Why is it not snapping? Why is it not snapping on there? Eh? That snaps on though. Weird. Okay, I need to reattach it again. That's squint. Oh, did I just line that up perfectly? Holy shit, I did. Well, tiny bit off. So the first stage is just this massive piece of machinery. And it has this little bit for orbit. And then this gets to Duna. Let's not forget about like things like solar panels. Of course, they will rotate as need be. Actually, let's just have 4 of them. How about that? See, that looks like it's on a structural point, but it should be fine. I guess plenty of power for such a long journey. Apparently adding that meant we have less fuel. I guess because they weigh a lot. Just adding those affects the weight that much. Wow. Wow. We don't have any comm stuff on board, do we? Realize that we don't have. We don't actually need it right now, though, so I don't need to put it on. So let's not put it on. Don't need to worry about communications because that feature does not exist yet. So apparently we're just under on the fuel. Now I need stabilizers. Large ones. Why would I? Some large stabilizer fins, which aren't quite lined up. See, that doesn't work because of the symmetry. There you go, stabilizers, which are lined up? Can't quite tell. I think they're not quite lined up. Oh, no, I click this. What am I doing? Hey, undo. What did I just do? What did I just do? Okay. Okay, that, right. Now, of course, we need to make sure I have extra structure. Make sure it doesn't fall apart. Because you know, rockets like to fall apart sometimes. That should protect that piece. And this. That part. Everything else should be fine. It's all one structure. Now, definitely need more fuel now because we'll need some solid rocket boosters, I think. Give it extra oomph just to get us up there. That's a bit too high. Not quite enough. Clipping. That might be clipping. If I did that like that. All the reinforcement I made just made it a lot heavier. What if these detached instead? Or different engines? What if the center engine was a sustainer? What if they were all sustainers? Damn, it's doing nothing again. Okay, what if the main engine is a sustainer? There's also a lot of stages here that don't need to exist. plop on like so. Of course, they have no rockets on the bottom. That kind of doesn't help. These are mainsails. Or mast tubings. Well, the mainsail. The mainsail's the medium one. Okay. Apparently that's better, but it's not reinforced right now, so that's the only issue. Okay, idea. What are these? Which apparently is not enough. What if then that engine there was a sustainer? Not enough. I need to reinforce these because they're definitely going to be vulnerable if I don't. They'll wiggle around and that won't be good. That should be enough though. We just a tiny extra boost. That didn't go on right. The hell? Oops. Let me delete it. Okay, medium port. With a solid rocket booster. Oh no, 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 shit. Oh, 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 oh. Grab that. Just somehow got messed up. To grab that bit there. Alright, medium. Tip on that. I'll grab his. So it's just like that. Not enough. But if I make it to like 3 of those. That glitches out if I do that. Apparently it's enough fuel if I do. The FEB is not ready to cooperate. Control Z. Get rid of those boosts. Ooh, not all the way there, please. Thank you. I need solid rocket boosters to just be a little bit more than what they are. What the hell? Stop going up there. When I do that, it just glitches out. It thinks there's enough rockets, but it doesn't. Because I think too many of the rockets would interact with each other, perhaps. Maybe. Right, here we go. Try this again. Grab that. Just 2. Too much. Yeah, the rockets will be interacting with each other too much if I do this. Oh, I've just realized there's a more simpler idea of doing this. I'm making it hard myself for no good reason. Right, those fire along with the main engines. What I need as well is little rockets to boost them away. Or just let them drop directly below. Now if I take that and have it times 4, then that's exactly what we need. That's a lot of oomph. All right, let's start at the staging. So stage 1, solid rocket boosters and main engines. Get rid of the solid rocket boosters. Yes. So get rid of the solid rocket. Get rid of the main secondary rockets. Get rid of that's. Oh no, that engine should start with the rest of them. Then detach that section, and we got this orbit section above it. Attaches nuclear engine. That's the lander. Which is somehow, what the hell? Why is that like that? Why is that cover there? There should be a cover on that. Oh, that's doing that, huh? Well, you know what? I think I need something to structure in between there somewhere. Like the extra large truss. No, I don't need that truss. Hang on. Grab you by the docking collar. If I then put this onto there. Oh, too far. If I get your docking collar now. Okay, that fixes that issue. Close this back over. hope there's no issue with that attachment point. So stage 1. Main rockets, solid rocket boosters. Detach the boosters. Detach the secondary tanks. Detach that section. Detach nuclear. That's in there, but that's fine. We don't need to bother with that for now. That. Okay. This will work in theory. Actually, speaking of theory. Yes. The reinforcement parts have not reattached. Clamps. We're in stage 1. So, here's the theory. Let's see if it goes well. Actually, Kerbal's a gumball. There's nowhere in the Wayfarer, no into the can, so we need... Who's going to go aboard? The Animus Legend himself, Jebediah Kerman. And then, I guess, we'll bring... Doodle. And Shelvin. Shall we try it? Let's try it. Cross your fingers. Because this may go horribly wrong. The game's taking its time to load. Uh-oh. Has it crashed? Is this vehicle too complicated? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Oh! What happened? I was on the wrong camera for a start. Let's revert to launch, because that just loaded and broke. Try again. Right, the solid rockets. That looks like it's causing an issue. Potentially. Reinforcement time. I think. That didn't go to plan, did it? It might just be too heavy, honestly. Structure. Okay. Still says we have enough, but oh wait, hang on. I need to set that to 2. Eh? The hell? Why is that? We're there. We've reached a complexity level where it's not wanting to agree with us. Shall we try the launch pad again? See if it can stay on the launch pad. Okay. Why is it exploding? So the solid rocket boosters are falling off. Something with the physics doesn't like it. I mean, like the rest of the ship is intact. Isn't it? Yeah, the rest of the ship is literally intact. Just the solid rocket boosters are falling off, apparently. Confusion. Very. We may have to just make a probe mission instead. That might be overcomplicating things. We're 2 hours in. I haven't even launched. Okay. Structure, strut. Yeah, that's kind of glitching out a little bit. Okay, we're just gonna use the mirror. That works. Okay. Is that enough to secure it? Let's find out. I'm sure it'll be delightful. No explosions yet. Oh, no. There's something. That somehow looked worse. Well, That's unfortunate. The physics is not happy. I'm starting to think I know what it might be going wrong. I wonder if it's through the cargo bay and the lander in it. The engine might be clipping into the fuel tank below, but then what if I just ditch the solid rocket boosters? Because that's what looks like it's wobbling the most. Solid rocket boosters. Where are you? Oh, great. There's no, not linked apparently. Yeah, it says it doesn't have enough fuel. I don't want to beg to differ. Let's just see if it explodes again without those. Because if it does, then something else is wrong. Something's not right. That's for sure. Oh, the fins just fell off. What the hell? What the hell? Why are fins falling off? Just an auto ground. So the fins all fell off for whatever reason. The body's wiggling in the center. Stabilizer fell off, but hey, it looks like it still works, right? Also, the Kerbals are thinking again. That's not a good start if it's going backwards. Upper section is way too heavy. It would seem. So, lessons being learned. Too heavy. Planning missions to other planets. Yeah. Houston, we have a problem. There's so much fuel in that too. It's just so heavy that I can't budge. So I need to perhaps reevaluate. See, the FAB, it's like, yeah, you're not at the B. Doesn't say anything about your thrust. So I don't know. Everything up here, too heavy. I think having a lander can. I think I need to take out the crew compartment. I think that might make a difference. Just the weight. So we've got a lander cannon and a command pod, so the crew capsule as well. How does it speed up time? So just ran out of thrust. That's cool. This section's even firing right now. I think it's this section here. It'd be a spectacular fireball. Okay. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Should we maybe just try send a probe? Like a wee rover or something? Getting Kerbals there. And this is why humanity hasn't been any further than the moon. Because, yeah. Okay. Thrust to weight ratio 0.582. Total mass. Dry mass, parts, height. Yeah, so the thrust to weight ratio is... Vessel not listed. Oh, really? You don't say. Not leave the launch pad. I figured that part out myself. Okay. For whatever reason, the stabilizers just fell off. I don't mind, actually. What if the stabilizers were on here instead? I guess the part needs it after all. That lined up properly? I can't tell. Yeah, those don't help. They give more delta V, but they just give more mass. Part of weight ratio is just way off. It needs like way more thrusters. Like, way more. That's the strongest thrusters we have. It's like way too heavy. So I've got ideas. And I'm going with this. I want to save some weight, but not much. Max thrust at sea level. It's kind of the most important part here. Adapters. Like, one of these rockets produces 3,700 kilonewtons of thrust. Atmosphere, right? But if I had, say, 4 of these, would be more thrust, actually. Oh wait, that's a much smaller engine than I thought. There's no adapter for... Yeah, that power to weight ratio is way off. Saturn 5 style. That's not gonna work. The sheer weight of it is just way too much. What if... Thrust to weight ratio is not right still, but... I need more oomph. Oh, well, I had an idea. Six of these. Wouldn't that be sufficient? Surprisingly not. That is quite shocking considering the amount of engines there. Like, how is that not enough thrust? How is that not enough thrust? You can't get more thrust than that. Unless those fuel tanks are even smaller. I mean, solid rocket boosters, but... we need extra large engines. I think. Something has even more thrust than that. Like, the thrust of these is 3,300. So they're only slightly stronger than these. How much do these weigh? What if these were sustainers? Oh, that's did I glitch again? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I can't get it more powerful than that. There's just too much weight in it. Maybe the stage below doesn't need to be as big then. Like, so I have 2 of these tanks. Have, I mean, not one. I have 1 smaller tank. Oops. No, no, not there. Not there. Down, 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 down. Okay, the power to weight ratio is there. The delta V is not, though. Does not have enough delta V. So we'll get out the launch pad, but we won't get very far. This fuel tank here might need to be a little bit bigger. What's that type of fuel tank? Now it says I don't have enough delta V, but I might disagree with it in that regard. Because I often gets that wrong calculation, because it was only slightly off. Like 300. Actually, the large one? No, it's not. That's the large one. See, the power to weight ratio is just off. There's a lot of weight in this thing that's possibly the issue. There's just so much weight at the top of it. Like the lander here might be an issue. What if, there's theorizing here. So this adapter weighs 0.8 tons. That weighs 0.19 tons. That's what? Straight up 3 tons almost between those two bits. Right? But if I had, say, the large lander can, that is 4 tons. That is 2.7 tons. I could cut out some of the weight just by having the larger lander can. Potentially. Power to weight ratio, delta V is a little bit better as a result. Of course, if it's landing back at Kerbin, it would probably need different parachutes. Wait, it's fine. Delta V is a little lacking. See, if I add more fuel to Delta V, it gets too heavy. That's the problem that I'm facing. Oops. Remove the engine. Didn't mean to do that. Right, so if that's an extra large tank, that's probably too much, right? Gonna tell the V, but it becomes too heavy. Well, then the other option is get rid of that. Pop that back there. Pop this back on there. Get rid of the sustainer engine and go with an orbital engine instead. Delta V suddenly gets a lot lower. Suddenly we're a lot heavier too, huh? How's the thrust to weight ratio? Wait. Okay, was just not calculating that part there. Delta V. Oh, it calculates the stages as well. No, that engine should be there with that. And that's that stage for the nuclear engine. Then that's that part. Okay. Save. Overwrite. I may have to reinforce it actually a little bit. Game, you confuse me. Why is it suddenly not strong enough? It's not calculating things very well, is it? That's totally fine. So we spent 2 hours designing a ship. Okay. Kerbals. Oh, actually, oops. Do that. There we go. Oh, the tuna can, the cockatoo. We got jab. Oh, not in the cockatoo. Wait, how could I change the... I need that to be that. Oh, wait, hang on. I'll just fix that, I think. Open this up. I'll take the pod out. Jabs in the cockatoo. Then we've got, let's see, we've got Malsey, Newcott, Hadza, Tim, Plot that back. Ooh, that. Careful. 1. Docked. Good. Close it over. Enough. Launched. Apparently not Delta V. We've got the Kerbals on board. And save it again. Had so many variations. Thing I do need to do though is make sure I reinforce that. Why is there a gap there? Why is there a gap there? Whatever. There's just a gap there. Really tiny gap. I don't know why. Fuck it, let's go. To hell with it. If it blows up, it blows up. No, figure it out. You can stay still. Just stay still. It's wobbling. A little bit. Still some debris on the launch pad. Okay. Let's go. It's a lot higher than it used to be. The power to weight ratio. Not ideal. And something broke. Structural failure on linkage between the Renaissance and the S4. Structural failure and linkage between Renaissance and that. Well, that didn't go well. Is it just too heavy? Damn. What's the Renaissance name? Parts manager. So something at the Renaissance is failing? Is that the engine, the Renaissance? That's the Mammoth. That's the Labradoodle. Rhino, mainsail, Poodle, Skipper. So it's not one of the engines that's failing. It's something else. Structural. Coupling, thermal, the pods, utilities, electrical stuff, payload, fuel tanks, baguettes, ground stuff, wombat engines, aero, payload, fuel tanks. Just looked at that, didn't I? Aero. Oh, aero. So the failure's being at those. The stabilizers are what's failing on us? Why are the stabilizers failing? What if I just removed the stabilizers and relied on rocket power alone? It's wiggling. It's a wiggling. Don't like it wiggling. Okay, There we go. Auto grind. Launch. She'll see what happens now. Of course, the power to weight ratio is barely sufficient. It's just too heavy. It's just too damn heavy. It is moving. It's just, you know, too heavy. I think I'm trying to get too much up there in one go. Because we've got a pod at the top, we've got a lander. Maybe I should just roll the lander and pod to one thing. Make it one-way trip. I didn't plan this very well, did I? Maybe not. Maybe not. It is moving, it's just moving really slow. Heavy B says there's enough Delta V. Whether or not that's true remains to be seen. Oh boy. It's bright though, right? Launching at night. Brady. You're still in the lower atmosphere. Still in the thick soup. We're getting faster slowly though, because we burn fuel. Gimbling a little bit. Just keeping itself stable. I would like the gravity turn, but I don't trust it right now. It's wiggling a little bit. Maybe the central engine should have been sustainer. Thinking maybe we should just attempt. Oh wow, why are you tilting that way? Don't tilt that way. You're tilting the wrong way. You're tilting the wrong way. Why are you tilting that way? Why is it? Uh-oh, I think something's going horribly wrong. Something's going horribly wrong. It's tilting by itself. It's tilting by itself. We are not in control. We are definitely not in control anymore. Oh, sweet baby boo. Lads, you may be dead. We're somehow still gaining altitude, but why did suddenly, when we got the 10 kilometers up, just start spinning? Why? Why have you done this? Why are we spinning? It's just spinning out of control. Should we try it with the probe first, rather than trying to get Kerbals there? Just to say we got to Duna. I should probably just cut the engines and call it a day. That has like no control. Interesting. Is that trying to control itself? Well, no, never mind. Explosions! Explosions! We have just littered the Space Center with debris. They're alive, though. They're alive. So, what do we think went wrong there? Do you think it was the wind catching the upper section? We're about to launch for now. So something didn't go right. I'm trying to figure out what. Like, what went wrong? Right. We're going up. If I have up, maybe I can stay stable. Maybe it was the lack of stabilizers, which we had to take them off because they kept breaking. I have no clue. It just feels going faster than last time. My imagination? Maybe. Unless it's like this nuclear engine section, the fuel tank, because it is on a grid of hydrogen. So maybe that's catching the wind in a weird way? Maybe? I'm clueless. We're trying again. We're using the SES to just say, hey, go up. Rather than keeping you stable, because stability apparently didn't happen. I'm at a loss as to what went wrong. But once we get into like this upper atmosphere, because it was atmosphere, lower atmosphere, upper atmosphere, stratosphere. Right. And then of course like the super top end of the atmosphere, the edge of space. I forget what it's called. What are we doing? I'm just really tired today. Let's see how it works. At the end of the day, I may just scrub the crewed mission until I figure things out more and try sending a probe. A little rover. The Duna, how about that? Or I send a one-way trip. I would design this for a round trip. But we shall see if we can get it into orbit. The amount of nuclear fuel we have more is probably too much. Maybe. Okay, staying stable with the stability, keeping it going up. Alright, I want to start tilting it. No, as soon as I tilted it, Cut engines when you're pointing the wrong way. So I'm thinking with this setup, I can't gravity turn until I'm out of the air. Because it seems to just want to flip. Which is not the most efficient of launches, but... we shall see. We shall see. Up we go, up we go, up we go. Take whatever. 3, 4. I've lost track of time. We can get there easy. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna let this get to the out of the air before I gravity turn. And see if that makes a difference. Because I guess this is not stable enough. To turn. So 7 Mammoth 2 engines just pumping out thrust. So if we get it like really high, like yeah, wipes us, then we can just like thrust horizontal from that point. Not ideal, but let's get the job done. What will be the most efficient launch? Plenty of fuel though. Hopefully. End of the day, if it's a one-way trip, it's a one-way trip. They can live on the mud, it's fine. Or Duna. Should probably research some planned missions to Mars as inspiration, but I was busy doing other stuff and kind of forgot to do it. Didn't do my homework. Oh no. We're eyeballing it. We're 10K up. Still climbing. Not gonna tilt it because that's where things went wrong last time. The apoapsis is getting pretty high up now, so that's good to know. With 30k up. Honestly, if I can get that to like super high and then just start gravity turning, I have more time to do it. See, I'd like to start turning it, but I'm still not trusting that I won't flip. Okay. We're at the edge of the atmosphere. Till just a little bit. Okay, I've got more control here. Most efficient gravity turn, but it's going to work. Okay, the second engines are going to detach soon. I am worried about my trajectory a bit. Ooh, don't tilt, don't tilt, don't tilt, don't tilt, don't tilt. Right, map. Our apoapsis is stupidly high. No, I'm fine with that. Cut the engines right about now. 400 kilometers up. Seems overly sufficient, if you ask me. But hey, not the most efficient. Okay, pretty much all of our Delta V is going into this maneuver. Everything that's left in this last stage. Alright, that's that stage used up. And Periaps is not quite to orbit. There we go. That's orbit. That'll do. We got it into, well, got into space. The ship is tilting, right? Slowly. Very slowly. Even in low graphics, this game looks great. I'm gonna wait till it's pointing at where we need to go before I ignite, or fast forward time, even. And then from there, we'll figure out the rest. So pretty. So I like how in the larger modules we can't see inside it, because also the geometry is probably more complicated in there compared to like the smaller command modules. You can see inside it. So yeah, we didn't get our proper gravity turn, so we kind of wasted some fuel a bit here. So probably a one-way trip, maybe. But it's fine. Totally fine. Right? Keep lining up with the maneuver. And let's fast forward. There goes the other tanks. Ready to thrust? Let's go. On the plus side, this will be good because that means the first stage will be lower. What's that? Oh, maneuver node marker, that's why. First stage will come back to Kerbin. Alright. Getting ready to burn in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're burning. So we'll have to ditch stage mid-burn. It's wiggling a little bit. So why can't I hear the engine? I mean, space, I guess I shouldn't be able to hear it. Alright, stage 3 coming. Still have another minute to go in the burn. Bring up the map so I can see the apoapsis. Perhaps even. Actually past the maneuver node though. Also, we could be drifting slightly. Why is it drifting? I just keep prograde then. How about that? Forget the maneuver node for now. node anymore, technically. Gonna burn it a little bit until right about okay, that'll do. Now we need to figure out how to get the freaking Duna from here. What the hell is that? Eh? Why is there a capsule over there? I'm very curious as what the hell. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm curious what the hell that other capsule is flying over there. Oh, wrong thing. At the track station. There's something apparently out there. KSP. What is that out there? Yeah, what is that? Default name 20? What are you? Oh! It's the upper stage of the lunar. Oh, wow. You must have got yeeted after we undocked, huh? Fair enough. Sometimes the undocking force is, interesting. Back to the task at hand. That was weird. Something we learned, we need to like reduce the strength of the docking modules a bit. Okay, we need to figure out where we're traveling this direction. So Duna's there. Set his target. Now. I should probably now, ideally, I should probably use the mun to catapult me out. It's in the opposite direction of me right now. Okay, that leaves Kerb in orbit. What I need to do is try and use the mun as like a gravity assist. Using the mun as a gravity assist is currently in the wrong direction to do that. No, it's there. So, I was thinking when I was readjusting it, did I remove the freaking SAS control? in an ideal world, the moon would be in the way, not in the way, but like in the trajectory we're trying to go, so that we can kind of gravity assist around it. At least that would be my plan. We've currently gone past the point. Let's do another orbit. It's fine. Hey, Solaire, how you doing? Trying to figure out how to get to Duna, aka Mars. Extend my periaps a bit. Oh, no, we're spinning again. What the hell? Why is it? Why are you spinning? Why is it? The stability in this thing is not very good. Something ain't right with this design. Like the center of mass, and that's all screwed up or something. Let's get us in a position for the maneuver. And when we swing back around, it should hopefully stay on target. I think what the problem might be is the thing's maybe way too high up here. Like the pivot point's like here, but it's like all this below it. And that might be what's causing it. I don't know. I ain't a physicist. I'm an amateur rocket scientist. It's Kerbal. You experiment, and if it goes well, you pat yourself on the back. If it goes horribly wrong, you blame someone else. Especially Jab. You blame Jab. You're the pilot, Jeb. We blame you. Oh, when in doubt, blame Jeb. Where's that little thing again? Okay. Spin. Wasn't that fun? Aloha? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. Please stay on target this time. That'd be nice. It seems to track maneuver nodes really well, but try to burn apoapsis and it loses control. Or prograde rather, not apoaps. So I'm gonna get a 400-kilometer orbit just to kind of start us off. There. Now to plan the next maneuver. Getting out of Kerbal orbit. Or sphere of influence. So where's the Mun? The Mun is there. Currently trailing behind us. We kind of want that in front of us, really. It'd be good if, obviously in reality, we know the movement of the planets, so we can kind of plan a launch for when it's the closest approach. The problem being is, yeah, you can kind of do that because it just rely on time warp. Plugging your phone? No worries. Phone power, much required. Right, Duna. Target. What was that? Yes, it takes a lot to leave Kerbin's sphere of influence. You could build a rover, yeah. I haven't built one though. The apoapsis goes beyond the orbit, right? What if I burn it there? That takes us a little further. What if I burn towards the Mun, which is technically in the opposite direction? Over node. Grab the node. Intercepts the Mun. That chucks us out further. I'm just trying to plan the best. I mean, if I did go near the Mun, I could use a gravity assist turn. I know the Mun's technically in the wrong direction right now, but it would certainly still get us beyond Kerbin's sphere of influence. Of course, I could just go straight up. Like that. That seems like the wrong direction, but it would throw us out a little bit further. I'm going to try it this way. It probably seems wrong, burning in the opposite direction, but I'm going to use the mun as a gravity turn. Maybe. Experimentation. We've got enough delta V on this stage to get there, or out of Kerbal's influence, so that should be alright. Then we have the nuclear stage to get to Duna and back. We've got a lander in here. So, yeah? Maybe? Possibly? At the very least, we intend to land on Duna today. Getting back might be a different stream, depending on how long it takes. Maybe. Okay, we're lined up and good to go. Preparing for burn. Thirty seconds out. So it's like a 3-minute, nearly 4-minute burn. Let's see if my experiment goes awry. $15, $14, 13 seconds. Yeah, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. And, I mean, I could fast forward time while burning, but I don't really want to risk that. I'm not sure I could. It's a 3-minute burn after all. Two minutes still to go. See the 1 minute mark, I'll just put time back to normal. Here we have 1 minute left on the burn now. That's where it does a tiny bit. Because you can't change the throttle while you're zooming. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Honestly, we get into run them on there. That might work. Five, four. Oh shit, we're spinning. Why are we spinning? Apparently when I stop time it, something messed up. Well, that's unfortunate. point at target right now. Well, we've got it heading out to the Mun, so let's start. Yeah, this thing has a habit of wanting to spin when the physics kicks in. Less than ideal. Yeah. So when the timer kicks in, like the physics just breaks. And I don't get it. But we should be alright. So sphere of influence here. Correct maneuver node. At the periaps of the Mun's orbit. And we're going to thrust from there. That's not calculating that very well, is it? Okay, you know what? We'll just wait to burn the sphere of influence. And go from there. In the sphere of influence now? I guess we are. Because the calculations are always like weirdly off. See, planning maneuver nodes is tricky. Because like, I can plan it in the projection, but the projection seems to get confused a little bit. Sphere of influence of the Mun as nah. There we go. Okay, we're in the sphere of influence of the Mun. So while we're here, hey, like, why are you glitching over there? Weird. Maneuver plan. Accelerate. Why is that acting like that? That's weird. There's a point there where it just like, there we go. That leaves carbon sphere of influence. So that will yeet me out. Very little delta V. Gravity turn can go too far. So that maximizes exit carbon sphere influence. Cool. Also, we can do that with less fuel, the better. So like 40 delta V. Like about 45 delta V gets us out of carbon sphere influence, right? So there. Okay, ship. Need you to point towards our maneuver node. Okay. Utility. No. I think there's just like too much weight below where the SES system is. Maybe it has to be actually at the center mass. That would make so much sense. So it probably should have been below. Well, it's there, right? It's like right there. Maybe I should put a second one below the tank. Right, so I need this. Luckily, we're close to the projection point. That's pretty good. Our prediction is we're going to crash. Ready to engage the thrusters momentarily. Seconds. It's a very short burn, actually. That's interesting. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. And this will get us out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I've thrusted too far, maybe. I'm not getting chucked out of sphere of influence. That's not ideal. I need to flip over to go retrograde. Right, okay, over thrusted. That somehow we get recaptured. Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. I should have just thrusted away from the mun and just forgot about that and just gunned it. But I thought it'd be smart with a gravity turn. Like it's technically in the wrong direction for Duna. I'm going to spin us around it. Prograde, and then I'm going to just like decelerate a tiny bit and see if that puts us back on the track I was aiming for. Because all the maneuver nodes are not perfect. So sometimes they get things slightly off. Probably because I can't maybe necessarily calculate the fuel difference. Like you're getting lighter, perhaps. We're drifting. The calculations were just wrong. That looks so pretty, those engines. So all this fuel right here, which probably weighs a lot. All the hydrogen. Just we're lugging around. Jebediah Kerman, Mozzie Kerman. They all have the surname Kerman. Are they all related? Like everyone on this planet is related. Or just Kerman is like saying, you're from Kerbal. Yeah. People have names that are places. Maybe. Okay, we're just about burn prograde again. Okay, what if I burn prograde there? Would that yeet me off? Oh, actually, that might. Hang on. Calculating. I'm just going to burn. We're drifting again. Time more work to believe its sphere of influence, and then let's just figure it out from there. Oh. Up, Solaire. This is not going to plan. Seems like a better burn. I think I'd been smarter with it. I might be able to use the moon, but I think I missed it. I kind of didn't aim it correctly. Funny, the amount of times I almost used past it by accident. Spin. All right. Prepare to thrust. Okay. 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please don't spin like you did before. That'd be bad. There we go. We're leaving Kerbin. For good. Never going home, possibly. We're not coming home. Right. Time warp. We are now in interplanetary space. We're about to be. Where is Yuhei's Kerbin? I can't see it anymore. Oh, there it is. Look, oh, there's the Kerbin in the mun. Looks so small. Oh wait, can I see the min-miss as well there? I did. Oh yeah, there it is. Little min-miss. Like a dot. Is where time warp's going to be the norm. We are now out of the sphere of influence. And we need to aim for... Duna. Okay, let's plan a maneuver node just where we are, for example. For argument's sake. See, that obviously extends on the opposite side. If we're planning ahead of where Duna's going to be. And the reality is, we're kind of screwed, I think. I think I screwed it up. See, planetary intercepts not easy. Because I mean that would take years to orbit to here from Nova's nodes, so I've see The amount of delta V, right? I'm just burning here. It's a ridiculous amount. That would leave... Interesting. The Kerbal system. I think I screwed it up. Unless... Right, I need to get it to, like, at least there, right? See, that gets close, but of course it's not where it is currently. Aiming at moons is easy. Aiming at planets, that's a whole other can of worms. Oops, delete the node. Oh, if I burn up my apple waxes. See, that's the right trajectory. It's just the wrong... I can't predict the future very well. I don't know where it's going to be and when it's going to be. I haven't observed its orbit enough to know. That would get me a jewel. Interesting. I could shoot for a jewel if I wanted to. Okay, let's just pull this back. There's going to be a point in the orbit where we can. Oh, wait. There was a brief moment where, like, look. There's like a brief moment where it, like, kind of thingies. Like, something happens there. What am I intercepting? Something's gravity is interfering with it there. See how it kind of dips in? What if I wait till the periapse? I mean, that'd take a half a year. I think I screwed up the launch angle. I have enough fuel to go to Jewel, but I mean, I wouldn't be able to land on anything, right? I pretty much just do a flyby and that'd be it. I'm gonna go one of the inner planets instead by accident. Oop. The amount of fuel required for that is too much. So that gets to that orbit, right? But it's just a matter of figuring out at what point am I at to intercept. Like something happens to the grid, the pattern there, but I can't see what it is. It's just it's doing something. Or is that me re-entering? Oh, that's probably re-entering Kerbal's. Yeah, I guess me. Yeah, that's me re-entering Kerbal's sphere of influence, I think. I was just straight up burned at the target. You know, straight line. Computer, why are you loading? Confusing. Oh. Like burn out to that area. I got enough Delta V for this. Shoot for Duna, end up at Jewel. That's what happened here. Yeah, I may end up just going to Jewel instead. Not what I intended to do. But getting to Duna is... I've screwed up the initial launch is what I've done. I should have burned outwards from Kerbin. I like my... You don't wait all the way till then. It's like... The thing I've got going is like this, where I suddenly get recaptured by Kerbin. Hey, you know what? We're going to freaking Jewel then. Screw it. Going to Jewel. Why the hell not? We're going to Jewel. Oh, wait, it's Paul. Those foul. Wait, that's just not Jewel. I guess Jewel, isn't it? Dress, Elu. Wait, that's the trying to target the moons rather than the planet. I guess we're going to Jewel. Unless I can salvage this trajectory. Like it's way too far out. I shouldn't need this much fuel. I just can't seem to get a trajectory on freaking Duna. Save. Aiming for Duna. In theory. I mean, I'm pointing to target. I could just literally just pop my engine and see what happens. I just can't see a capture at any point. The thing is, sees this, well, that's just Kerbin recapturing us. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, hang on. something happening in there. Let's see what it is. Carbon reinterception, right? Pointing at. I'm just going to thrust. See what happens. Because as it says right now, it says I'm pointing to the target. So I'm literally pointing at Duna. Whether or not this actually works. Probably won't, but... Oh, shit. Did I get an intercept there for a second? I'm going to need to flip back around. Because something is just something there. It's probably carbon. Actually, now I think about it. Maybe I just need to burn where I am. That'll push my apoapsis out further, right? That's carbon sphere of influence now. Yeah, I mean, I saved it. This is a test. Just burning directly to the target. Which apparently is not a good idea. Because that's not how orbital mechanics works. The last of the fuel in this stage. Oh, we're going to get recaptured by their influence. Oh, great. That didn't sound right. There goes the fairing. It's intact. It's fine. Totally. Totally fine. Totally fine. See where we can go, I guess. Hmm. Not going well. I have to try again. Ship. Do you want to move? Why won't you move? Why is the SCS not doing anything? I think something broke. Parts manager's not working for some reason. Something broke. Okay, let's reload the save, shall we? Well, part manager works again. That's weird. Something to do with that couple separation, or just like say the break. A collision warning for Earth there, or carbon. Not doing what I would like it to. I think the way orbital mechanics works is I need to kind of really screw this one up. Okay, I know where it's moved a bit. Now, how about if I plant a point here? Aiming at Duna is a lot harder than I thought it was. Why is it so difficult? See, the orbit rate is not right for that to work. You have to, like, orbit the friggin' sun for that to work. Oh, hello. Oh, that's Kerbin. But maybe at Kerbin's influence? Is that an intercept? Duna? I think it might be. Can I get it sooner than that? That's what I want to try and do. Okay, trash that. That was about there, wasn't it? There we go. That looks like an intercept to me. How much of an intercept? I don't know. It's like a very short one, though. Oh, actually, I can barely see that, but hey, it's an intercept. Calling that a win. Bloody hell. This is tricky. And minimum fuel usage as well, so that's good. See, looking at it like on this map, right? The maneuver node is pretty much almost in parallel to where it currently is. It's like a little bit behind it. Or that makes sense. I'm using the gravity of Kerbin to push ourselves there. A 4-minute, 21-second burn. It's a close one. If it works. Let's see. Ow, knuckles. Oh, table. Table. Right, we're not pointing it yet. Right now we're lined up. I went past the node. I'm an idiot. That autosave was a few minutes ago. Dope. I'm a dumbass. Right, let's try that again. Don't fast forward by time too much. I just need to like fast forward to thing. So here roughly was the point, right? Maximize my window opportunity there. Okay. I'll fast forward to the point rather than just fast forward in general. Okay, that's where I went wrong. Oopsie. I should have the RCS Sorcerer's Nest. That would make turning easier, I think. Fun how the lights are on, but they're still in darkness up here. Don't make much sense. We got several 3 minutes and 47-second burn in one seconds, minutes, hours, days. 69 days. No wonder it's a 3-month journey. That's the thing. In reality, a trip to Mars from Earth and its closest approach is 3 months with conventional travel, right? We're still 3 hours out from the burn. Two minutes 50 out. Okay, I might wait the 2 minutes. I'm gonna for a tiny bit. It's a 1 minute mark. Now slow back down. Okay, burning in 1 minute. Interesting how Apoapsis and Target almost line up. Oh, that makes sense. That does make sense. Hmm. I guess. When you're like prograde and your target line up, then you're burning for it. Hmm. All right. 20 seconds. 15. And 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're burning for 3 minutes. Now we could wait the real 3 minutes, or I could fast forward time. Let's speed up a little bit. So we appear to have drifted slightly, I think. That's Kerbin's influence. Oh, I've drifted out of alignment. I've drifted out of alignment. The rocket's been drifting again. Line it back up quickly, quickly, quickly. Come on, rocket, line back up. Why does it keep drifting? Why do you keep drifting? Like the physics on it just keeps spinning for some reason. Point at target instead. How about that? Maybe you'll stay on target. As soon as I burn the engines, I just like to drift to one side. And something's off balance. Clearly. It just keeps drifting to the right. Why'd you keep drifting to the right? Something ain't right with this ship. Trying to fight it manually, it's not working. This feels like a bug. It's like drifting to the right for some reason. Because there's nothing on this ship that would want it to drift that direction. Because it's literally all balanced. At least it should be. This thing's steady now. Is this drifting in map view? Is that the issue? If I switch to the map, it just likes to drift to the right? It's holding steady right now. That is bizarre. Well, let's just rely on the damn burn indicator, I guess, because the timer's all messed up now. I started burning on thingy view, but I go back to the map, it seems fine now. Well, the maneuver node is now useless because I've gone past the point. But I'm burning to target, which is close to maneuver node, just a little bit higher. And I'm just gonna keep burning until I guess we see an improvement. Just try and line up with the maneuver I planned as best I can. Bizarre. We're gonna go back into Kerbal sphere of influence. It's not what we want. Let's try another maneuver node. Might try and decelerate it at some point. Oop. There we go. Is that Kerbal sphere of influence? I don't want that. I had it, and then the damn rocket spinning, drifting randomly screwed it up. Oh, is that? That is an intercept. Right there. Okay, we got this. Swing to maneuver node. And we'll fast forward time, and then thrust from this point of view instead. See if that makes a difference. Where's the star anyway? There it is. Luckily the fuel doesn't actually tend to drain unless you're using like anything. Because I've got the lights on, it's not draining. It's funny. In the darkness of space. The void. Where no one can hear you scream. Unless you have a radio. And they hear the screams of you just before you slam into an asteroid. Because you let Jeb pilot. Right, are we lined up with the maneuver node? I think we're about to... Yes. Cool. Fast forward. Celestial body? We need carbon again? I think Kerbal's influence is nearby, too close. All right. Here we go. And ideally we don't drift. This time. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm just going to stay in this point of view and just rely on that burn timer. Because apparently that goes to the map, it likes to drift. For some bizarre reason. I'm not going to fast forward time either, I'm just going to wait this full minute. Let it happen. Who'd have thought space travel would be this difficult? Star Wars makes it look so easy. So does Star Trek. Real rockets, the old-fashioned way? No, that's hard. Yeah, hell, even the Expanse made it look kind of easy. I suppose that's much more advanced engines. And people who know what they're doing. The computers are doing it for you in some way. To a certain degree. It's a computer plot, of course, to hear. Ah, thank you. I suppose in reality that's how it works. Nowadays. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cap the engines. we have our intercept? We do! We have an intercept. We have a freaking intercept of Duna. And we still have the last stage. Also got this build course. Okay, map view. Let's just deploy solar panels, shall we? Bum, 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 bum. Look at it, it's oscillating. There we go. Oh shit! The little ones deployed from the lander. That was kind of funny. Okay, we'll deploy these ones manually then. Because at the end of the day, at least it looks the part. Oh, cool. Ah, they're linked. Good. I want to build a space station at some point. Because something about space stations is really cool. Alright, let's just time warp to the intercept, shall we? Don't think about the top part of the lander just yeeted into oblivion. The Apollo mission last week. Celestial body. There it is! Duna! Alright, let's get maneuver node ready to go, shall we? Okay, we're approaching the sphere of influence. At a... Oh, is that what the problem has been? I'm a lower... Does it have an inclination I didn't see from a distance? It's like that minor? Everybody approached me from the underneath. That's interesting. Alright, we'll time warp to here. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell, game? It's a time warp 2 point. Not time warp past it. What the hell? So it's stopping its warp automatically. It just kept going. For some weird reason. Right. Sphere of influence. There. So we get to the periapse here, right? And then we just decelerate super hard. Like really hard. The point where I'm not sure if we have enough fuel. Okay, I'm not sure if I can calculate that right now. I'll wait till I get to the sphere of influence and then try and decelerate. And sphere of influence has been entered. Right, we are an extremely weird ass angle. Apparently. That's a lot less fuel there because it was still calculating in the opposite direction. Right, that is a weird ass orbit. But hey, let's go for it. That is so weird. We are being captured by Duna. We're getting there. Eventually. It's going to be a one-way trip, that's for sure. What fuel we're using? Well, still have the nuclear stage. We have to use the nuclear stage, actually. Oh, that's a good point. Right, fast forward. Take a second to appreciate where the hell the planet is. See it. Oh, there it is. So we're a tiny bit. Still a minute out. And then prepare to decelerate in 30 seconds. Okay, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Gonna take a lot of fuel for this. I have to swap stages mid-burn as well. Music sounds nice. Okay. These orbital engines are actually really efficient. I mean, not as efficient as the nuclear ones, but damn, they're good. 35 seconds left to burn, but we're running out of fuel in this stage. Also, maybe might even be able to get here with conventional rockets. Okay, that stage exploded. Interesting. Because the engine fired before the separation. Possibly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We should be in orbit. Yes, we're in orbit. Good. Well, actually, we're not. Well, we're just a very high orbit. Of course, there was that tiny delay between that jetsoning and the next stage firing. We have 5 delta V on this stage. That's pretty good. Okay, we're currently over the pole. Sure, well, it's going to be a one-way trip, I think. There's no way we have enough fuel to get home, I don't think. But we'll see. We're currently 30,000 kilometers in periaps. You should be going to rotate around. Oh no, is this done this bug again? A part crashed, but that's fine. I'm confused as to why that was an issue. Because we clearly still have the ability to move. And yet nothing wants to work. What if someone comes outside? Get back in. Will it work now? Why does it not want to turn? I can't physically turn it. Like, the gimbal's moving, but the SES is not working. Oh, wait, I have to turn it off and on again. I have no control. Why don't I have control? Hello? What if I switch to a different unit and then come back to it? Like, say, Kerbal, Mun, Minmus. Hey, we'll go control this for a second. Oh, hang on. This thing broken as well? Oh no, working. I think some of the game's bugged out. Oh yeah, the staging here is the wrong aircraft. Huh. I think we found some game-breaking bugs today. I haven't figured it out. Do we have control back? Well, I can roll, but I can't pitch. I have roll control, but no pitch control. Oh, hello. I have got control of it again. Okay, switching off it and come back to it worked. We have control. I forgot I have RCS on the command pod, so I can turn it a lot easier. I should put some RCS. Oh, I just realized the struts are still there. I don't know why the struts were thingied. Maybe why it crashed that part. Yeah, the struts are still attached for some reason. Okay. I want to try and adjust its tilt. Because right now... Yeah, that's not going to work very well. Oh, we'll get Ike intercept their accent. Hey, Dot, how you doing? We're just kind of working out some kinks. Oop, not that far. Darkstar? No. Darkstar is being dormant for now. For now. Yes. Minor issues with the craft and the... As naturally we have... Look, there's support strut still dangling behind us because I guess I attached them to the wrong thing and that part broke. Read the engine. Now we have nuclear engine. Tell me where the nuclear vessels are. This is the nuclear vessel. Look below us. It is Duna. Norix? No RCS? Oh, no, we have RCS. Just don't use it very often. You don't really need it unless you want to spin faster. Or more precise. We're currently orbiting the wrong way. Oh god, that Ike was really close there. They orbit really close together. I can see why there's a challenge to land on it and then on Duna. I get it. I get it. We need to go from that ridiculous orbit to this one. SES, yeah, it's a bit of an it's a bit iffy. Just a wee bit. But I guess the job done. That is true. We saw that a lot last time with the Apollo style program, and it just like trying to stabilize, just wasted so much of the monopropellant. RCS good when you're going manual though. Mech jab. What we need is, we shouldn't need mech jab. What we need is like, this game to be better than KSP1. And right now, there are some improvements, but there's a lot of work for them to do still. A lot of the mods that made life better need to be part of the game. Solar panels glistening in the sun. It's gorgeous. Mods to lectures KSP1. I mean, you know, the mods extend the lifespan of that game so much. I think there's like at least one mod so far for this. Alright, 40 seconds, and maybe to burn for 24 seconds. That's easy. And of course, we still have all the fuel in the lander, as long as it's not been getting used by accident. You know, crossfeed bug. That would be a disaster if it was. 20 seconds. Seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. This will correct our orbit. moving. Interesting. Such a weird angle. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. And something's not right. Well, we almost have the right angle. Delete that node. Okay, that's not ideal. Or is it ideal? I don't know. So we're trying to move over 2 different directions at once is probably asking too much. F1 engine. Powerful engines is what we need. Right now we've got one of the most powerful ones. Well, fuel efficient. Hydrogen, nuclear fusion. Of course, there's gonna be even more crazy engines when they add in like interstellar stuff. Which interstellar travel I can see a year from now. I don't see us getting it gameplay wise until then. It's like a 2-second burn. I don't even need full throttle then, do I? Celestial body, I mean, yeah, Ike is right there. I wanted I could land on Ike and then land. I don't see that why that's the jeb level. And then the getting home part, that's the hard part. Jebediah, Maltzy, Newcott. Only a handful of the people we brought with us. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Circularized it. Good. So we're going to come in that close to Duna. If I really want it, actually, you know what? I'm going to save. No, not load. Save. Duna or it. Because I could stay at this orbit right now and then intercept Ike, try and land on Ike, and then... I don't want to waste my fuel. So... So we're just going to land on Duna and forget Ike. For this mission. I'm going for the main goal. Just landing. Which I don't think I've ever done in KSP1 because I never played it enough. I was always fiddling around to just in Kerbal orbit. I mean, I've got something into orbit Duna before, but Which is a satellite. Right, pointing at prograde, which means we're at retrograde for the opposite side of the orbit. Duna! Here's the question: is how thick is its atmosphere? It's pretty thin, right? See, like 100,000 kilometers would be pretty good. And stop the engine right above now. I'm sure that used to disappear. Can you take screenshots? Flip it around. I've got a lot of more on board, so it's fine. It's almost like having a space station with us. So we'll get to 100,000 kilometer orbit, and then from there, we'll detach the lander and head on down. Hey, Kerbals, how'd you like the view? Magnificent, right? Is that the face? Looks like the face. It might be the face. There's so much down there to see. Alright, periaps. Time warp. Let's do the time warp again. No, retrograde. Got to stabilize it. It's trying to balance itself manually. Right about... Oops. I made my periaps too low now. Oh well. It's fine. I feel like using the RCS is actually accelerating a little bit. So that's both numbers above 100,000. for my state of mind. And then we'll get the lander out. We should have plenty of fuel. There we go. Right. It's annoying that pops up. Okay, save. Do not low or bit. Not that low, but hey. Right then. Cargo bay doors. Before we even open those. Taking the time to make sure it balances out. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. Ta-da! The lander. Is anyone aboard that? I don't remember. Also, I realized the hatch is on the opposite side, so fair. Resource manager. Hydrogen, methyl oxide. Please tell me they're... You've got to be shitting me. Are they empty? Crossfeed bug. The frickin' dock. The docking hatch. Crossfeed was turned on. Why is it on by default? So our lander has no fuel. We used it already. All we have is what's in this hydrogen tank. Well, that sucks. We get all the way here and our fuel and the freaking lander's not there anymore. It's got RCS. That would be enough to land it. Oh, wait. Kerbal manager. Hey, Tim. A new cot. Docking force, like 1%. How low in orbit can I get? Could I get down there with just RCS thrusters? Well, I'm gonna find out. Turn the whole shit. If I design a dud again, it's stuck in here. It's stuck. I made the bay too small, like. Yeah, redock. Oh, we're drifting out. Oh. Stuck. It's freaking stuck. All this way. And I'm stuck. Damn it. Yeah, it's literally stuck in the bay. It's wedged here and there. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, you know what, while we're here. Those Kerbals are kind of stuck in there too. So you know what I'm going to do for shits and giggles? I think you know what I'm going to do for shits and giggles. We're going to take this down to the surface. Because that's not suicidal at all. In fact, that's perfectly sane. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Alright, RCS. We're good. Oh! For a second I thought I was going to jiggle that free. There goes the sun. That's a shame. Oh, well, maybe I should have burned on the other side. Hey, look. The capsule's separated. Huh. Well, what do you know? On the panels before they get hit. Okay, we got the capsule. The capsule has a lot of parachutes, so maybe I can get them down there. They make it stuck, though. But hey, experimentation time. Oh, come on, Captain. There we go. We left them behind. Oh no. It's fine. Right, my dudes. You've got RCS thrusters, and that's it. I'm gonna get you guys to the surface with that alone. Since you have no fuel. I can do this. I'm a professional. Actually, it might be low enough to skin the atmosphere. Okay, our periapsis is at 20k. I think that's within Duna's atmosphere, actually. Frame rate just went to hell. Oh, the music, though. Every planet has a different piece of music. Yeah, the frame rate now is like 7 frames a second. Jeez, oh. I like it. Switch up to the map view for now. I like when you hear it. It's a bit weird. Oh, they're fine there. Their altitude's good. Our altitude is decreasing slowly. So, if I want to go for this landing, I have to rely on the chutes and the RCS. There we go, back to normal time. That's probably what's happening. Oh, Jesus, the music! So good! It's freaking epic is what it is. Okay, the periapsis is definitely decreasing, as is the apoapsis, so we are definitely in the upper atmosphere. Here's a good question while we're floating. That's the drug ones, right? Shoot safety, risky. Risky. I got this. I am a professional. Right, those are the drug ones. And what I am in this. There we go. Drugs, main shoots. I know Duna's atmosphere is very, very thin, but considering the cross fuel, well, this docking patch betrayed us and stole the fuel for this third stage. So all these fuel tanks are empty. So this is gonna be fun. This will be fun for sure. Frame rate's dying though. Our landing place, it doesn't matter. We're going down regardless. If only we had the fuel, this would be so much more epic. I think I didn't attempt to land on Ike as well. Actually, the RCS would probably be enough for Ike. Potentially. So that's only 10k up now. Bum bum. Frame rate? What's that? I have no idea where frame rate is. Okay, Periaps is now entering 2k, so yeah, we're definitely going down now. Hey Tim C and Newcott, you are going to be heroes, forever remembered as the two idiots who landed on Duna without fuel. Oh, did I not tell you guys there's no fuel? Sorry. Jeb should have passed that along. I'm sure he's giggling himself in the command ship above. Jeb has betrayed you. He let you fly off into oblivion. Question is, at what point will it be safe to deploy the drogue chutes at least? Oh shit, RCS turned off. Don't want to waste it. Unsafe. Unsafe. Okay. Not advisable to deploy it yet. So, probably middle of the atmosphere, deploy the drogues. Lower atmosphere, deploy the main chutes. Oh, stay stable, stay stable. See, if I actually had fuel, this would be epic. Now it's more of a, hey, want to see a cool trick? Hey, Jeb, you asshole. You left them to die. Yes, we're blaming Jeb. Just a tin can and a dream. Still unsafe. We're still at like 30 kilometers up. That'd be why. Accelerate time, the frame rate goes to hell. But it is epic. That much is true. Surface speed. The ground. I mean, sea level doesn't really matter. Ground probably matters more. You're currently traveling at 760 meters a second. Probably way too fast. Let's just use RCS thrusters we have to try and slow us down. We're relying on Little RCS thrusters to try and decelerate us as best as we can. Remember, this is not Kerbin. This atmosphere is like 1/10 the thickness. But there's some of it, just not much. This music, it reminds me of the main Unicorn Gundam theme. A little bit. Just a little bit. Considering I only have RCS thrusters, it's surprisingly effective. I mean, they're never taking off again. Of course, I could potentially do the Watney challenge and land an unmanned capsule at the pole and then try and get them there. 14k up from ground. Well, we've got plenty of monopropellant, so this might actually work. Possibly. Have to deploy these yet? Unsafe. Unsafe. I wouldn't say risky though. Very least we are decelerating. That is the most important part. Doesn't matter how crazy it is, we're decelerating. With RCN thrusters alone. Oh, actually, you know what we should do? Deploy these. I know we're probably too high up still, but, you know. Oh. Okay, that just affected the air a little bit. Okay, maybe deploy them at the last second. Is it trying to decelerate manually, automatically? That's interesting. I don't have to hold the button. It's trying to decelerate itself. Fascinating. Right, we are like 6k up. I'm going to deploy drogue chutes. Well, that's not an ideal landing zone. All the chutes are primed, and that's it. We're just hoping for it to help. The monopropellant is trying its hardest. That is a mountain. That is a mountain. They broke. Just, you know, did they break? I think they might have broken. Currently traveling at 200 meters a second towards the ground. If only I had fuel. If only I had fuel. If only I had fuel. If only I had fuel, they're dead. Rip. They are very dead. An attempt was made. Hey, Jeb, are you proud of yourselves? You just yeeted them to oblivion. Well, I'd say I thoroughly failed this week's challenge. Annoyingly, if I revert the save back to the point where we were still at carbon, I could probably turn off the fuel leaking, transferring through the docking port, instead of having to reset the entire thing. So I could try that. But we'll have to do it next time. As for right now, gonna wrap it up. It's at 6 o'clock. So, yeah, that went totally according to plan. We shall attempt this again in the nearest future. When exactly? I don't know. But near-ish future. So until then, if you want to be notified when I attempt this again, drop a follow and get notifications. There is Twitter. Misspelled that. God damn it. Twitter. For as long as it exists. And Discord, I will, of course, put in both of those when we're going to attempt this next. Which will be next week. Next stream will be on... What's next stream? Next stream is Saturday. That's the next day I have off. Will it be another Kerbal attempt? Oh, actually, wait. Saturday is April Fool's. I know normally at the weekends I try to do Gunpla, but I'm going to hold off on that. This we can have a little gap before I start something new. As for raid, I don't know who to raid, honestly. Might skip it today. Anyway, I will see you on Saturday. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good week. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.